Hello, hello, and welcome. Some good old for you. Some great sword in time. Hey, Ligio. And hey, Sagando. Good to see you both. I hope you are both doing good today. Have I gained weight? Oh my god, are you trying to break my heart? Oh. Oh. Hey, Human Avis. How are you all doing today? You've taken up more space in my heart. Okay, you pulled it back. Acceptable. Acceptable. I don't think I can flight. I don't think I can fight Black Gravios yet, right? Don't think I can fight Gravios at all yet, can I? Bigger issue. Wait, no, I can fight Gravios, just not Black. Black's the subs. So, that weapon can't happen quite yet. Let me just update my sheet, chuck that one into the next rank here. Because I am clearly incorrect. Which means that is done. Devastator Blade we can upgrade. This we cannot because of Basirios. That we can, we just need to do another Kozu. That's G rank, so we definitely can't do that. Nope. Cannot be done until the next rank according to my sheet. This we can do. Zenogri stuff. We started DOS multiplayer today. How's that going for you? You crazy person. I do want to get a thoracic as well. Definitely can't get this stuff. I'm just checking through to see what I can and can't actually upgrade right now because of all of this shit. And how much of a kind of nightmare it is. Rathalos, I cannot fight in this tier, right? So I can't get this flame sword upgrades. Although I did get Rathalos scale pluses. Wait, can I fight Rathalos in this too? Oh, I can. Never mind. I don't know what I did, but I don't want to do it again. That was horrifying. You're annoyed about the amount of fuckery that's happening with Warhammer 3? Ooh, nice. How is the game fucking you? I know it sucks for you, but it's endlessly amusing to me. Games just being like, you know what? You're gonna have a bad time. I'm sorry, I'm evil. This cannot happen until the next tier because I cannot get Garuga bits in this tier, so let's chuck that there. Which means that weapon is actually done. Freezer Sacks I can do. Absolutely cannot do a Kieran. Cool, so that's everything. The quest in high rank villages are one-off. I can get them in HR5 though, right? Or do I need to be in HR6? Also, you may notice I finally remembered to hand in the damn things. Has some frontier vibes with less quality of life. Your sacrifice has been noted. It's good to know you, Sagano. A war against two factions at the same time, so you're more or less region locked. Oh, nice. That's kind of rough. Do I need to be HR6 before I can do Garuga, Komuro? Do you know that? That might prove problematic for me. Considering the amount of random shit I need from it. Right, also, let's have a little look-see here. Rathalos wings. Rathalos winger. Winger. It is better to capture in G rank, that is. In high rank, it's best to kill. Break both of the wings and then murder the ever-loving shit out of him. Acceptable. Good. We have a new speed monster, which is a huge upgrade from Velocidrome. Nice. Yeah, Velocidrome's, he tries his hardest. That's where that ends. He tries his hardest. High rank Garuga is HR6 plus. Ah, balls. Okay. N10. The prodigal son returns. Welcome. You're back to being N10 again. You have no underscore, you have an extra O. It's amazing to see you with the name. How are you? It's been years. Did I play the first title? Stories, yeah, I did, but please don't mention anything that's in Stories 2. Even if it is in the first game. I know Royal? I don't remember much from the first one, to be honest with you. Yeah, I may have underestimated how much we had to do, Komuro. I don't know if we'll get to the HR. Sorry. I was like, all we gotta do is clear some quests, and then, oh, I've gotta farm so many weapons. We might not go there. But we might do some other stuff, maybe. It's been years, how have I been? I've been good, thank you. Why were you gone for so long? What happened to you? You changed your name and then just disappeared from existence for a while. I'm sorry, Komuro. I thought all I had to do was go up to the next rank. I thought that was it. I'm sorry. I failed you in your time of need. I could never make it up to you. Fuck, you know. Guess who bought Baldur's Gate 3? Pretty informed guess, my friend, because I saw them playing it. Has someone vaguely mentioned its existence to Mace? Probably Mace. He buys every game that gets mentioned on the stream. Some Bloodborne board game action would be a great step to making things right. I honestly... This is going to make you even more upset, and I'm really sorry. I was about... like... a minute from sending you a message last week about playing some, and then something else came up and I didn't end up doing it. But the thought is there for what it's worth. I had nothing to do. I wasn't sure what to do. I'd sent a message to a friend and they hadn't responded to me. And I was like, you know what? I could message Comro, play some board game. And then my friend got back to me. So, yeah. Sorry. Hey, Ramhud. I'm doing good, thank you. How are you? Who? You've got other friends? Yeah. It's the smart friend. The one who plays the thinky game so that I just die while they actually play. So you're there, Komuro. You were in my mind. That's what I was doing on my day off last week. Thinking about you. Nice. Nice, that was a sexy tail cut, as far as I'm concerned. You'll download it when going to work? Yeah. I hope you enjoy it. Let me know how you find it. I am interested in slowly collecting people's opinions on how they feel about that game. Because it's a lot of money. And in my experience, typically games that try and adapt tabletop games don't go very well. Maybe I just played some bad ones, but it doesn't tend to go fantastically. Nice. And I'm bullying Rathalos because he deserves it. You're doing good. Slowly on your way to unlocking everything in Isaac. Everything, everything. The infinite Isaac journey. The one that can never be truly completed, it feels like. Because that game doesn't fucking die. It's the one thing I'm not looking forward to when Isaac comes up as a winner of one of the polls eventually for midweek mastery. I am really not looking forward to the goddamn pain in the ass that's going to be the item bloat in that game. Because, man, Rebirth has some item bloat. Larion's one of the few that could pull it. That is fair. Played 20 hours so far, and you think it's fantastic? Rewards thinking, but can also be played unga bunga. Has great stories, graphics can be quite at times, but the music's beautiful. Cool. Nice. You just can't decide what class you'll play? Oh, that's probably going to be my issue as well. Honestly. And a 1, 2, 3. Maybe you'll play a class that isn't normally your playstyle. I feel like that might be potentially that game's like greatest weakness for me. If I end up getting it, is I'm gonna play it once and then I'm gonna know the story, and then if I want to play it again with another class, I don't know if there's gonna be enough stuff that's unique for that class to feel enjoyable, or like to, not necessarily for the class to feel enjoyable, but to reinvigorate enough strength to actually want to play the game again, basically. Just with a different class. Nice. Boom. Easy peasy. Dead Raphalos. Classic D&D murder hobo. Good point. Oh, that could be kind of funny. I have never played a murder hobo. To be honest, might be interesting to do it for once. Well, I got one wing. This is gonna suck. Getting these Raphalos wings, this is gonna suck. Since I think I need 10 of them. Sorry for the cough today, by the way. I feel vaguely ill. You would normally go Barb or Fighter. Yeah, I would probably do Fighter or Paladin. If if I had to guess. Sorry. Do I miss you? I don't see how that would be relevant to my cough. Nor would I miss you. You're in chat right now. Hey, Crone. Welcome. Good, have you? I'd see. That wouldn't be called missing, because you've never been there. That would be called longing. The answer is no. You're waiting to get into your room? Is it taking a long time? I'm sorry, Mr. Me instead of I. We're doing English lessons now. Look, I can speak properly when I want to. You're drinking out of boredom. Oh no. That'll be the death of you. They're still cleaning? Ah, okay. Yeah, that's fair. A half free. That's pretty reasonable. Please tell me that's an actual saying. It is amazing. Ah, Germany. You were drinking for the sake of drinking before, but now you're drinking for the sake of being bored. Are you guys gonna get any shopping done, or are you just gonna get drinking done? I feel like I might know the answer to this question, but I'll ask it nonetheless. Shockers, I think, might come from the claw breaks, but I'm not certain. I'm gonna go for the head, then the claws. I think I'll leave the tail for last. Yeah. Let's do that. 2, 3. Fuck. Fuck. Nice. Aww. That horn is going to prove more trouble to break than I expected. He's asleep. Okay. That genuinely just shat me up because I forgot that my cat could do that. And my brain just immediately went, I cannot deal with a frenzied Zenoga right now. I can't deal with that. Shat me up? Yeah, it scared me. Okay. I say things are weird. Voice carpet? Nearly happened. Hello. Please stop. Room's ready. Have a good time. Try not to die of alcohol poisoning. Enjoy your luck. Thunder Puppy, good great sword matchup. It's pretty good. Xenogree's a good one. How's he going to distinguish between your cameras and other people's cameras, though, Lugia? You threw out the other ones. Ah, okay. I see. They have Pookie camo. Pookie Pamo is what I nearly said. Thank you, Brain, for working occasionally. Will I do for you multi today? I thought I was gonna. I don't think so, unfortunately. I don't think I will. Since I'm just going to be farming. And I can do all of that farming in village. I think I'll just do it in village. We've only got a few more ranks to go before we just start farming in multiplayer all the time, though. Got HR4 here, which equates with 8-star, 9-star in HR5, 10-star in HR6. And then from there onwards, it's just multiplayer, like, basically, only. You're good, I'm doing well? Nice. Let's hear it. Glad to hear it. If Hugsty don't for you, Multi, then no Hugsty you mine. Is that the only way I'm your Hugsty? If I play for you multiplayer? Of course yours are, N10. Surprising no one. Who complains? Me, all the time. Constantly. God. Please go away. I don't want to deal with this right now. Then when you get that feeling, like your throat is slightly... like you need to clear your throat because it's got something in it and you just can't get rid of it. I'm not a fan right now. It's called being a smoker. I don't smoke. Why have I got it? I desperately need evasion in this game, man. I'm dead. I actually would have survived that with evasion as well. You don't know, you just said you know it. My apologies. Zenoga and Rathalos are the two what I feel like I'm going to need a lot here. I should look at what I need for the Rathian weapon as well. And then Tiggy. Might need a lot of Tiggy. Considering I needed some claws for something else and also for his own weapon. Stygian armor looking real nice. Yeah, Stygian armor looks fantastic, honestly. Stygian armor looking next to perfect. I will be getting it. I just need to get to... Is it HR6 or is it in HR5? Is it in 9-star? It'll be in 9-star. So yeah, up one more rank. And then I can actually build the damn stuff. Very glad I decided not to build that Basarios armor, by the way. Otherwise, I would have been building the Basarios armor at the point where I could have just got the Stygian armor instead. Which would have just been infuriating. Nice. Very good. Whew. Time to craft and upgrade weapons and equipment. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I thought I was far enough around to avoid that. I guess not. Actually needs to be at good health because of the sheer amount of damage I'm going to take. Although I don't know if that's just me being poisoned by Freedom Unite or if that's actually this. Hey Haji, welcome. Way, good to see ya. How you doing? One, two, three. Hey. Less thinky, more smashy, but the thinky though, comrade. Ooh. But the Finky. No thing only smash? I don't think it's the type of smashing that you want, Ligia. Sorry to inform. Oh, original character. It's a new idea. Okay. I was trying to think of what OC was for a really long time. Enjoy. What do I think? Go for it. I don't. I just got told not to think. Hey, you draw whatever you want, man. Doesn't matter what anyone else thinks. Figured after you did the wrong smash, after I asked you to chest and smash. I smash you into pieces. You stood no chance. Hey, Kapachi. Sorry, I don't want to rub it in. I'm sorry. Yeah, because you play Ogre Burger. I played Ogre Burger after you told me to. No. Nuh-uh. I fought once. I can't just not think. You do it every day. I can't just not think. It's like me asking you to not be horny in Twitch chat. Do you understand how difficult that would be? Do you understand what not thinking would be for me? No, because it's easy. Fair. I just literally can't turn it off, okay? I'm always thinking. It's why Swedish gives me such a headache. Because people start talking around me. And then I'm trying to understand what they're saying desperately in my brain. And I can't because I don't speak Swedish, but I'm trying. And it hurts. Trust me, I wish I could just, like, slot the old noggin off, right? It'd be convenient. Might upgrade to your dad's phone, which means you'll have a pen that works normally and a much stronger battery. Nice. That'll be ultra handy. Enjoy, Hedgie. Fair enough. Most people do them, right? As far as I'm aware. Do I have a Steve greatsword? No, I don't have Steve unlocked yet, Kapachi. It's the urgent quest to go up to the next tier. I haven't done him yet. He will be... I don't know why I popped that hot drink. He will be the thing I do once I'm done farming all of the weapons and then all of the prep for the weapons in the next tier and then I'll do Steve. And I imagine I'll probably use his longsword for a good amount of time, considering how damn good it is. The cheddar blade. Did I say longsword? Whoops. You know what I mean. How dare you? Ruin the sanctity of my challenge. You love Steve's greatsword, the fact it sharpens itself makes it one of your favorites. Yeah, a lot of people really like that. Whatever it's called, blade scale hone. In Rise, but on the weapon. You love the way it looks. So sexy and spiky. Is it spiky? Isn't it smooth to begin with? The greatsword? I don't know. I can't remember Steve's one very well, honestly. You should probably work. You do have 2 things to do for me. Who? Yeah. The big thing and the small thing. The small thing ain't even work. Fair. There are 2 MH4U event quests that give you access to Steve early. That's true, yeah. That's cheatsy doodling. No event quests allowed. Don't spook you like that. Hey, it's, as far as I'm concerned, it's work. Still gotta do stuff. The not foldy and the foldy. This. What? The event quests are foldy and not foldy, or the greatswords? There's a not foldy one? Didn't realize there was different ones. You sneeze on your canvas and it's done. The high rank one doesn't fold, the G rank one does. Oh, I didn't know that. Neat. It's a little bit more effort than that. I feel like you're downplaying it, but hey. It might not be overly hard for you, Lugia, but don't downplay what you do. Got like color gradient on it and shit. And lots of small little intricate bits that need to look good and all that stuff, right? Well, not necessarily intricate bits, but like points of definition. Just pointy bits. That's cool that they changed that. I didn't remember that. Did I build Steve's greatsword when I played through this game last time? Or did I build something else? I want to vaguely recall it, but I just can't. I don't know if it's because other people build it. It's just not quite there in my memory for some reason. Okay. Man, this stream does scary things for the amount of time in a day for me. I've been live for 50 minutes. For 45 minutes of like actively doing stuff. How? I just clicked start. Nice. Good. Down you go, friendo. My boy. 2, 3, bonk. Oh, he unenraged as well. Perfect. No, don't hit his claw. Balls. It's okay, I got to shield my weapon there, so that was actually an annoying hit, but a not useless hit. Let's go over here. Probably would have been quicker to run through there and go around, but hey ho. Going this way instead. Oh man, I was kind of really looking forward to going up to the next rank as well. Damn Zanoga. Honestly, Tiggy as well. A lot of it is Tiggy. And Rathalos. Those Rathalos wings. They're gonna suck. Greatly underestimated how much I had to do in this rank. And you can farm fights you've done in solo and multi, you're saying? Nope! No moving. I'm not HR, I'm not able to become the right HR yet, so I can't farm any of it. Ugh. Hey, Chisel. Welcome. How has your binging of anime been going? You haven't watched a thing yet? Oh, wow. Oh, no. All the time, Chisel. Smack. Shit. Freeze. It's still not injured, huh? think he's giving up more of a fight than I thought he would, to be honest. Although he is injured now, so... There he goes. Now he's injured. He is hungry now, is what I wanted to say. Not he is injured now. You'll watch it all slowly but steadily. Probably can't stop yourself when you start. Yeah, that's true. I suppose the upside there is you can at least pick like one thing at a time to start, right? Because you got 3 separate things to watch. Oh, I hate the fact that that could happen so much. It's honestly more annoying to me that that can happen, even more than it is annoying that the mounting is so horrifically imbalanced in this game. Hey, nice. Thanks, Tiggy, for giving me a way harder time than I thought you were going to. Scales are good because I need 8 of them. Right, I will quickly run to the loo, so I'll be right back a moment. Hello. I'm back. Going AFK while the reward timer ticks down is always a brave move. It's fine. It wasn't that brave of a move. I had loads of time. I still had a full minute left. Am I dead? And then you said, oh, when I came back? You're upset that I'm alive, huh? Noted, Lugia. Noted. Huggy will remember this. It's in the top left corner of your screen right now. The Centauri Wolf, Ramhard. Sure thing. Thank you. Wherever the hell the damn thing is, there. No tits? You're a tit. I don't know, I can't come up with anything off that one. Could hit your small toe on some corner, then the minute seems small all of a sudden. I very rarely hit my small toe on things. I've doomed myself for the rest of my life because I just said that. It's a very infrequent occurrence, so if I did do that, you know, at that point I'd probably deserve it. Also, it's only one quest's worth of rewards. Eh. Your brother once broke his small toe like that? Oh, yeah. Yeah, small toes break incredibly easily, right? You rarely hit your toes on furniture as well, the rest of the leg, though? Yeah, exactly. I'm too busy hitting somewhere else in the rest of the leg. My toe, no. Does my knee smash every knee-high object in the entire existence of my house and outside of it? Absolutely. My toe's fine. My knee is permanently in danger. Frequent occurrence. I hope not. Although, how? Maybe my knee could do with a break, honestly. It might be a nice thing for my knee to have a break instead of it taking all the punishment. Ow. That sounds incredibly painful, Cobro. What did you do? You wish Samtrios had a great sword? Yeah, me too. That would have been cool. Open the door. How hard? Did you throw the door open? Samtrios is giving no mercy right now. Please stop. Kamaro heard 4U multi rather than 3U, I assume, and ran. 4U multiplayer. It's like a drug addiction for Kamaro. You were a big chunky matador and you were in slippers. Oh, yep, that would hurt. Ow. Tee-hee. Who are you? Say tee-hee. Okay, he can apparently do that twice in high rank. I didn't think he could yet. I thought that was a G rank thing. Shouldn't have healed there. Thankfully, he was kind. Man, Zamtrios, calm the fuck down, man. I feel like I'm fighting a G rank one. This guy is aggro. Hey, Summers. Welcome. How you doing? What do you mean you're you? You do not strike me as the type of person to say tee-hee. Hey, my dear. Welcome. How you doing? Fairly painful initial impact after 45 minutes, whatever a shock or adrenaline wore off. Yeah. I assume you went to a doctor for it. You're tired? Yeah. It's poopy. At least you'll end earlier today. You'll come back quicker. And then you can rest at home. You're kind of in between both games for the pole chisel. World is world and world's always nice, but at the same time, you wouldn't mind a reason to give 3U a go. I haven't even looked at the poll to see how it's doing at the moment. My estimation is world is a healthy chunk in the leads. Did I say world was a healthy chunk in the lead? That's what I meant to say. I feel like I might have said 3. You bandaged up, you got painkillers, and the instructions of don't touch it. Fair enough. Grind is coming along nicely. Found out that talking to Rondine doesn't unlock the thingy, not because you broke, but because you accidentally clicked near her. Ah, okay. Well, that's good at least. You didn't accidentally break it. Almost done with the base game, elementals. Very nice. How much do you have left to do then? At this point. You wish they brought back Tetsu and Zami to Rise? It's honestly, genuinely such a massive fuck up on their part that they didn't. Now you put up 2 Monster Hunter Challenge runs for the new poll, but how will you manage it with non-Monster Hunter games? So after this poll, Well, after the challenge runs at the moment, I'm assuming this challenge run is going to last me at least until the end of September. And if it doesn't, we'll draw another Monster Hunter challenge run for September. And then whatever the new challenge run is, I don't know how long it will take until we draw it right, but hopefully that will last until the end of September as well. Then we're just gonna draw at that point. Jizzle. We're just gonna pull them. And we get what we get. But I'm always going to have one Monster Hunter and one non-Monster Hunter going at the same time. If there ends up being two Monster Hunters, that's fine, but I'll always have one Monster Hunter and one non. Basically. Or at least one is what I should say, Monster Hunter. Blah, blah, blah. There will always be at least one Monster Hunter game. There may be two, there may be one non. But there'll never be two non-Monster Hunters for the weekends. There we go. Next to turn this up. What do we want? Oh, hi. Cold, please. 0 freezer sacks, huh? Rude. Very strange how important the pinky is for walking. Is it important? Michiru, welcome. I have no idea. Only non-Apex monster you've yet to face is Valstrax. Is there a reason you haven't fought him, Summers? In particular? He's HR 100. Ah, okay. Yeah, I didn't get any. Dying. It's at night, so hot drinks that I probably won't need. You're 84, so you're getting there, cool. And you gotta make builds for every weapon. Jesus. Yeah, at that point you got a lot to do. You'll definitely make it to HR 100 though, right? Don't know. To be honest, you don't know. You had the same thing Cobra had happen with your pinky. He was limping for a week. Oh, damn. Okay. Oh, dang. Fair enough. I'm kind of the inspiration for all of it. I'm so sorry. I apologize. for what I've done to you. I hope you enjoy it. At least. My latest world playthrough. The long one. The one we're going to go back to at some point and get every single piece of G-rank armor. And augment all of my weapons that I built to the absolute maximum. Just to make it even worse. Every single piece of G armor, specifically. It's just mildly annoying and not absolutely painful. That's good, at least. I'm glad I can inspire you to do dumb stuff, and I am sorry. Put down your big toe. Being aside pain, struggling to fit the bandage appendage into boots has been pretty fine for you. Okay. You had school at the time and didn't see a doctor for it? Oh no. Yeah, that thing's probably not in the best of conditions then, right? People break their toes all the time though, right? That's a thing. People break their toes constantly and have no idea they've even broken them because they don't tend to hurt that much sometimes. Just heals slightly. Slightly misaligned. Aww. Oh yeah. A smaller toenail. Neat. Kind of weird, but neat. You had nothing broken, just mangled soft bits and a yoink toenail. Probably quite lucky, considering it's a metal freaking door. Triple run, man. I actually feel like I don't know how to play this game when I don't have evasion. I'm so busted by having it all the time. You're glad the body can heal the way it does? Yeah. Our regenerative capabilities are fucking wild. It's honestly amazing. Our bodies be very cool. Hey, Mace. Welcome. Oh. And then did you end up making way more time to actually pull it in because you were like, you know, jumping in pain for like a minute? One of those things where it probably would have just been quicker if you went slow. Think it's very pink. Yep. She is indeed. Just a big fuck, and I'll deal with it later. Fair enough. Man, I'm glad the hitboxes are as tight as they are in this game sometimes. That one looked incredibly close. Nerve gas? Nerve gas? Huh? Please. God damn it, Comoro. Guessing you haven't heard about the toxic lady incident? I have not, no. The closest possible thing I can think of is the keratin disease deficiency thing you can have that turns all of your all of your hair into nails. It's the only thing that popped into my mind, and I don't think that's quite close enough. Nerve gassing the Rapids, newest weapon in Monster Hunter 6. I get the feeling that might not happen. Yeah, we actually just decided we wanted them gone. I mean, if we kill all the Rathians, we kill all the Rathalos as well, right? And they are weaker. They are weaker. Fucking damn it. Rathian! You're annoying me. About poison smoke bombs. I don't think they're quite the same thing. Obviously, still not necessarily great. But I don't think it's quite as potentially bad. This nerve gas. Nope, that's hitting me the second I get up. Cool. Oh my god. That's horrifying, Summers. I'm gonna assume this lady did not fare okay. That doesn't seem like the type of story that has a happy ending. It's actually incredibly close. between Free U and World. Interesting. Cool. Oh, god damn it. That is amazing, Summers. Absolutely amazing. Have I already gone through all of G rank in World? I have, Ramhard, yes. One of them got bone necrosis? Holy shit. That's a fucking thing? Keeps getting more and more unhinged and horrifying, for real. And yet so fascinating. It only hit 18 hospital staff members, by the way. No other members of the hospital, just staff members? Syringe went flying or what? I think the issue is they, if I had to guess, that they pierced her veins where the nerf gas was. And then because they've pierced her vein, it doesn't like immediately heal up, right? And then whenever they're pushing it out as well into other vials and whatnot, that would release a little bit of it into the air. So there'd just be lots of like trace amounts of it all over the place. Please, for the love of God, tell me that there is an amazingly good YouTube video about this. Remind you of the time in uni you were cleaning the sink and accidentally made mustard gas. Oh, Ramhard. No one died except for the lady. There is a video about it. Fantastic. Interesting. I will watch that. Medicine. "33 minutes is a long end, though." But my interest is peaked. Which means I might just have to watch it. Well, I haven't looked in here for ages. Whoops. FTL, all ships, no pause. That's pretty reasonable. Fire Emblem, 3 houses, hard, bows only. Don't know if I'll do that one. That seems like it would just be tediously trying to find strats by resetting over and over again to do it in the perfect order, otherwise you get fucked. Permadeath Cult of the Lamb? No. Oh god. Any Souls game you can use items found within an area to clear them. Interesting. Weapons as well, or just items? I don't know what that means exactly. Complete low rank of any monster hunter using only bombs and poison. Neat. Hey, Muff. Yeah, this, like Muff said, Kenpachi, this is the Garuga Greatsword, Young Garuga. Even if you're in the most dire of circumstances, don't use unrefined medicine. Well, yeah, obviously. That should be obvious, at least. Don't fuck with stuff that hasn't been properly done. If you recall correctly, it took the scientists around 3 months to even figure out what happened. Damn. You're watching both either way, Comro. Enjoy. I can't remember what it was that I needed, but I think it was either Carapace or Scales. Very cool. Well, that's something I learned today. Ooh. It was for these. I have enough pink Rathian scales now. Amazing. Cool. Yes. Look at that little cutie. The little dragon. Ramhard, that is adorable. She enjoys her bath and gets a nice roach with it. Nice. Hell yeah. I heard this at some point. I have no idea to its validity or truth, but because you have a bearded dragon, you may be able to enlighten me further on the subject. Do they have like little deposits around their body which they don't get rid of naturally themselves if they're in captivity and you have to like press shit out of them? Frequently? Almost like it's a spot or something? I don't know where I randomly heard this at some point, but I did. Femoral paws? Only males have them. You only need to clean them if they're on sand, but you shouldn't have them on sand anyway. Okay, cool. Thank you. I just remember hearing it at some point and was just like... I feel like I've known a few people with bearded dragons and they've never had to do that. Which means either they're doing something very wrong and they need to know, or it's not actually that necessary, but yeah, there you go. It's just, there's a few circumstances going on there. It's a real thing, but it's only if you don't really look after them the best. Cool. Well, thank you. Now I know. Good old Kazu. Damn it. Honestly, Freedom Unite has, like, completely broken me into what speed I expect the monster to move at the moment. Like, I feel like this Kezu is going hyperspeed. Because of Freedom Unite and how slow stuff is in that game. Really not moving that quickly. 1, 2, 3. It would also help a lot if I had focus, to be fair, but hey. Only one more rank for that. Only one more rank and I can get it. And then I can probably have it relatively consistently after that point as well. Should be nice. Thank you, kitty cats. Come on. Miss. And 1, 2, 3. Nope. God damn it. Freaking light keeps flashing in here. It scares the absolute crap out of me. Stop it. It's mildly wet. How social is your bearded dragon, Rampart? I like lizards. So I'm gonna ask questions. Lizards are cool. Hey! She's very social, loves to be held and pet. Cool. Very neat. How do you keep them? Like, are they at a little mini enclosure or something? Should run up to the glass in the morning when you come down to see if for holding while you make breakfast, she'll just latch to your shoulder. That is amazing. Oh, how adorable. 4x2x2 vivarium. Laminate floor, lots of climbing space, very hot basking slate. Nice. Oh. Relatively good size space there, just a wee bit. Nice. Did you give her live feed? Or like semi-live feed? Ugh. Good. And I love animals. Animals are so good. Live roaches, you breed them, so you always have plenty. Trying to get her to hint more. She was never to hint more? She was never incentivized to do it before you got her. Right. Oh, hunt. Right, okay. Cool. Very cool. Oh, come on, Kazu. Oh, yeah. I mean, it hit the tail, so it's not great, but you love animals. There's so much research before getting her to make sure you can look after her properly. Same with the rest of your menagerie. I love animals so damn much. They're so good. But I don't know if I have, like, the capacity to care for one, essentially. Like, properly care for one. Because of the amount of stuff that you have to look up, right? You have to look up so much. Because you want to make sure that they're not just, like, happy or healthy. Sorry. You want to make sure they're actually happy as well. And that they have good lives. Not just like, hey, they live. It's a lot. It's a lot of effort. Yeah. But they're all so good. Oh. Animals. I love them all. Nice. There we go. Injured. Finally. You didn't do the thing? Hello? Do the thing. The stand still? There we go. That's just inconvenient. Right, well, hopefully it falls asleep. Where does it sleep? Does it sleep on the ceiling? I genuinely can't remember how Kazu sleeps. He doesn't sleep in here, I know that much. I guess we'll see if it even gets the chance now, because it might just die here. It might kill me. Nice. Very good. One. Yoy. Good damage. For some reason, the pattern to the noise that Kazu makes when he's limping is very satisfying to my brain. It's like the weirdest, most specific thing, but I enjoy it. The rate at which it, like, ticks. Hope it goes in there and then goes to sleep. You know what's a blessing to your ears? Is it the sound of Kazu dying? By any chance? Kazu's theme. Silence. Glorious. Glorious silence. It does sleep on the ceiling. Okay. I thought it did. And that is not an animation I see very often. Hi, Kazu. One, two, three. Bonk. See you, buddy. Very nice. Good stuff. There's Kazu down. That should be another sword made, as long as I get one hide. That poor Kazu. I don't think there's such a thing as a poor Kazu. Just look at the damn thing. Its existence is monstrous. Honestly. I beat on a blind monster? Well, you know. Sometimes it'd be like that. Another pale steak. And they just chuck those things at you. I don't need any of those. None of those are useful for me. I just want something with fast charge or evasion on it. Please. Maybe even both as separate ones. That would be great. One with fast charge, one with evasion. This should be upgradable now. Fantastic. Mark that sucker as green. Now I have 3 Despot Black Storms, a Tigrex Great Swords, 2 Titanias, 2 Rathalos Flame Swords, and the Freezer Spear Tuner. Pay penance by using it. I think I've got 1 more quest with this one, but then I will. Honestly, I haven't been paying that much attention to how many quests I've done. I'm just going. I need 3, 6, 10 Fire Cell Stones. Not too many more Tiggy. I need those Zonoga horns, huh? What is my best way of getting the horns? Obviously breaking the head, yes. That's it. Well, shit. You have a 70% chance of getting 1 horn, a 14% chance of getting 2 horns, a 13% chance of a carapace, which is what I got last time, and then a 3% chance of a Jasper. So it could be done as soon as 3 more Zonoga, but it's likely gonna take 5. Not even a quest reward? It doesn't show it, no. Let's do the old Queenie. Since I needed stuff from her as well. We could be doing a world run soon indeed, Mace. Could be very soon. It kind of entirely depends on how long it takes to do Freedom Unite. Could be 3U as well, though. When I looked just a wee moment ago, it was incredibly close. Yep. 4 to 3U and 5 to World, so it is neck and neck. Could be either of them. But we definitely won't finish Freedom Unite today, right? I'm pretty damn sure we won't finish Freedom Unite tomorrow. I think if everything went perfectly right, completely flawlessly, we had no issues, no like downtime, no worries between quests, our Fatalis attempts went well, like everything aligns. I somehow managed to do that solo quest on my first attempt. You know, not gonna happen. I think if all of that happened, we could do it on Friday next week. What do I have left on Freedom Unite? I have a quest to kill a black. So in G Freestar, so hub in multiplayer, a quest to kill a black Diablos, a quest to kill a black Gravios, a quest to kill a Gravios, to do Silver Rathalos, and Gold Rathian at the same time, I have epic hunting quests, of which there is an unknown number of them. However many epic hunting quests there is in G Freestar, I need to do all of them. And then I have the urgent quest, which will be... Where is he gone? Ucanlos. His name was gone in my brain. I need to do Ucanlos, which is the final urgent quest for G rank. And then I need to do Crimson Fatalis and White Fatalis. That's it. Oh, and I have a village quest. A G rank village, like difficulty village quests that I obviously have to do solo, which is against a Rathalos, then a Tigrex, then a Nagakuga, then a Rajang. And I only have 50 minutes for it, and it's in the arena. It's kind of rough. That one is one that I'm kind of worried about how long it's going to take, to be honest. Because I truly, truly do not know what my strategy needs to be able to do that quest. I gave it a go with Longsword and with Great Sword, I think. And both times, the amount of time I took to kill just the Rathalos was not acceptable. I'm hoping upgrading my weapon will do something. I'm going to upgrade my Ice Sword and Shield. And give that a go. Because Rathalos is weak to ice in Afraid of Me Night. For some fucking reason. Failing that, I do actually have a maxed Fatalis Sword and Shield. And with Sharpness 1, that might actually have some decently good sharpness. And that would be good against Tigrex as well as better against Rathalos. Interesting. It's weak to ice in Monster Hunter 1 too. Ice doesn't even exist in Monster Hunter 1, does it? Pretty sure ice as an element doesn't even exist in Monster Hunter 1. It's why in Frontier, it's in a weird way. In Frontier, it goes fire, water, lightning, dragon, ice. In addition to their facelift, the rest had a slight rearrangement of their weaknesses. I prefer them the way they are, personally. Obviously, a large part of that's just going to be dealing with it for a longer time, though. Right? I've had a lot more time to get used to Lightning Dragon as their primary, which is still the same, and then Lightning as their secondary. over 3rd, 4th, and 5th gen rather than my essentially one game of 2nd gen that I've played. And when I played Monster Hunter 1, I just did Raw Hammer, so it was irrelevant to me. Your bets are on next week, Mace? I would hope I'm done with it next week, but also, like, I know Freedom Unite. And I don't want to be categorically like, I will be done with that game next week. Some of those quests I have left could take a while. Fatalis and White Fatalis as examples. They're probably both like 3-hour quests. At least. I can't remember how bad Ucanlus is in Freedom Unite. I'm gonna imagine it's not fantastic, though. I broke it at the perfect time. Wonderful. Oh, I didn't flinch. Dang. Wow. That's just mean. I mean, I guess technically so was me smashing you on the head where you were waiting for your Celtics to come pick you up, but the insta water shot. Cruel. Water Blight nearly killed me there. I have to block that. I don't have the confidence to dodge it without the evasion. Oh, terrible. Thought you were gonna run a wee bit more than that. Might fail this quest. Maybe I need to think about bringing some better supplies. I'm in high rank. I did say I would start bringing Mega Potions a long time ago and then just never did it. Might be the time to start bringing Megas and Maxes. 2 ranks into high. Seems like a good idea. Nice, Broker Claws. Wonderful. Celtis is dead. From that. She is still not injured, huh? I know I've done a lot of work on Celtus, but I was kind of hoping. I've got at the very least an entire minute before another Celtus can even possibly be spawned in. So I want to try and make that incredibly worth it, if I can. That's not doing it. It's not doing what I literally just said at all. Are you leaving? Already? Nice. So much damage from just her walking. Come on. Nice. 1, 2, 3. Beat the ever-loving crap out of this damn thing, man. You're not leaving, you just decided to randomly walk up here and chip about half of my health off in the meantime. That was a limp. Celsus will probably be back alive again soon. That challenge run's already in the pot, mace. Just so you know. Hey, Dawn! For 8 months, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Have some hearts. 8 friggin' months. A long time. Yeah, there it is. Pretty sure that's the attempt to getting Celtus back. There he is. Simp's here to do his work again. Man, my beard is so damn itchy. Urgh. Let her go to sleep real quick. Which hopefully happens. No, she's all the way up here. That is incredibly inconvenient. Okay, good. They didn't combine. Thank you for not hitting me with that. I can't block that. Apparently. Not the best amount of health. Just to be honest. Hi. Well, there goes that plan. I might be dead. Hey! I live, somehow. Man, if my cats could come back at like any fucking moment, that'd be fantastic. Oh, good. Closer than it should have been. Nice self-made burger, and it's so good. Hell yeah. I haven't had a burger in a long time. That sounds like a great idea, Chisholm. I've never self-made any sort of food like that. Before you go. So this is being a dick. Or would you make a burger out of yourself? Do you not want to be inside yourself, Ramhard? Is that not a normal thought? You inhaled a pizza. Surprising no one, Mace. You and your pizza inhaling. You only want to be inside me? Oh my. Ramhard. With a name like that, now I understand. Right, let's finally put the extra stuff on my item set so I stop dying like an idiot. The second bit of that might be impossible, but you eat quickly. I think you eat a little bit too quickly, though. Probably be good if you maybe slowed down just a wee bit. Considering you managed to eat your full dinner quick enough to the point where you're still hungry afterwards to eat dessert. Like you're not even slightly filled. The Kazu Shock Sword, as Ramhard requested, to atone for my sins. Whatever it was. Hunt the Rathalos. Eating quick is eating efficiently. That's not necessarily true. I don't know if it is or not, but I would imagine that's not necessarily true. It saves time, but it's also only efficient if you keep to a good diet, yeah. And also, if you're eating quick enough to the point where it's still making you hungry that you want to eat more afterwards, and then you end up actually eating more afterwards, that's also not, like, efficient, right? Because then you actually spend more time eating something else as well. So it might be a net neutral on time and just be flat inefficient in terms of diet and healthiness. The diet's gonna kill you at 30? Probably not that young. Unless you are eating literal shit. Any luck finding a relic greatsword yet? I haven't done any relic quests, so no. I don't know if I even have any greatsword bias relic quests of the ones that I used, to be honest. For the lower rank stuff, cool. Just absolutely fucked on that regard, huh? Wonderful. Never mind. Do I want some greatsword bias guild quest? Not really. I don't really care. Because the relic weapons are probably going to be worse than whatever weapons I've already got anyway, right? I don't want to do 5 quests to get a weapon that's worse than the weapons I already have access to. Just to never use that weapon or get it redeemed against me over and over again so I have no damage. Sure. Okay, I guess this Rathalos is just immune to flash mobs. I think the only time I will ever use relic weapons is in the relic weapon playthrough. Relic weapon only. I don't think I'm going to use them at like any other point. To be honest. Because I think, at least with the ones that I've managed to pick up as I go through the game, for the most part, they're just complete shit. I mean, they have pills for that, Mace. There is vitamin tablets. You get to drink alcohol tomorrow? You sure do. Fair enough, Ramhud. You're gonna go do something that's probably really dumb. Oh? You can't say that and then leave us hanging, Summers. You go do the Trouble in Paradise quest? I have no idea what that is. Apex Wrath duo all at once. Seems like kind of a pain in the ass, yep. Good luck. So many power breaks all at once. Oh yeah. Like. Ah. No attacking for you. It actually feels so horribly wrong to be standing behind the tail to attack it because of Freedom fucking Unite. Like, if I stand behind the tail, I will die. No, I'm actually just fine. It's okay. It's a normal thing to do. It's a Raffles. You can go there. This isn't Painland anymore. I don't know if I'll hit it here because of the slope. Yeah. Incline was a bit weird. You have a feeling that's how you can unlock the crit gems before HR95? Hopefully it works for you. Ah. Good guess, by the way, Comrade. The game is Rise, because of the Apex's base. And it's also the only thing Summers plays, I think. Or is the only thing Summers is currently playing. Yeah, hey. Don't know if this will hit. I'll probably hit the foot or nothing at all, apparently. Hey, I'm fine. Went straight through. I do kind of want to break the other wing just to be sure. I don't think it's an issue, but... just to be sure, like I said. There we go. All good. Now I can just focus on killing him. You bastard! You're meant to land. Dead. Why'd he do that? That's weird. He's not injured yet because it's show on the minimap. Oh, that's really annoying, man. I guess that's to stop it from you being able to chain lock him in the vines there. Because if you staggered him the second he landed, he'd just fall in again, but... that's very, very frustrating. him to get tired immediately afterwards as well. Yeah, see, like, he does an attack and then lands. Huh? No, he just goes into the air after that. Interesting. Huh. I guess the vines aren't as useful on him as they are on some other stuff. I mean, it makes sense. He's already flying, so why wouldn't he keep flying? I just was not expecting that to hit me out of nowhere. 1, 2, 3, bonk. And a bonk. Yeah, good hit it. Decoration? Yeah, crit. Critical eye, critical boost, wax. Those 3 are the ones I would say. Crit boost, Apex Rack. Does Apex Rack unlock at HR95? Because if so, that will be the one. Somewhere below 40. Wait, really? Gotta do the siege though. I thought you had to do the siege and get to relatively high levels to get the Apex quest specifically. Finish moving your GBA into its new emerald green translucent shell. Nice. Very nice. Highest level for an Apex quest is 40. Huh. I swear they took longer to unlock than that. Wex is easy to get the crit boost, even on patch 1.0. No outer materials. Hey. You gonna show it off in Discord? Final touch is still pending. Hell yeah. I don't even understand what that challenge run would entail, Mace. Use attacks added in Worlds? Well, yeah, why wouldn't you? No old ones? That would be essentially impossible. Or it would turn into, like, basically just play bow. Just play bow and nothing else. Sword and shield only perfect rush would also work, yep. Greatsword, I guess you could only tackle and true charge slash. ZSD spam. How do you get it charged though? Because you got to do the normal attacks to get it charged. I did think that myself, but then like, nope, that don't work. Yeah, look at that thing. Nice sign. I unfortunately think that one's essentially impossible base. Without spamming like the same move over and over and over again with any weapon in particular, which would get really, really boring. Any old ones might be interesting, yeah. Which is already in there. It's already in the thing. It's not listed as like only use old world attacks, but it's listed as play world without playing world. So it's not even just old attacks, but like you can't use the clutch claw, you can't use the slinger. If at all possible, can't use turf wars. Can't use any of the new weapon attacks. I have to see if I can find a mod that disables the scout flies. Oh god, no scout flies? Yeah, it won't be that bad. I basically memorized where most monsters in the game are or go anyway. It'd only matter if I lost them at one point. Remember when your first world playthrough died on map navigation? I think your first world playthrough is a far cry from my 1,400 hours in world on PC alone. Nice. Not including speedrun time. Still struggle? I do have a little bit more time in the game than you though, right? No fast travel as well. No restock, no eating on quests, no... There's so many things you can't do in World that were added. I have to stand still when I heal with potions. Oh, that one's going to be really interesting. That one's going to turn into get speed eating level 3 as quickly as I possibly can. It's going to turn into having a multi-buddy takes aggro. I'm not going to play multiplayer to make that easier. It's not a challenge run at that point. What the Remobra knockoffs called again? Wing Drakes? As a general term, they're called different things in different areas. Not at all. Not for the first time they go through quests. Same as I normally do for World. If I farm anything, I'll use multiplayer. Probably. But I'm not going to go out of my way to make stuff like cheatsy easy. I wonder if there is a mod that makes the scout flies invisible. I'd be very surprised if there wasn't. I can't even use the Argosy. I can use the farm. And I can use the catalysts and the upgrades for the farm as well. Not really much of an Argosy to use. What do you mean? The Argosy is fantastic in World. Gives you free materials all the time. Gives you shitload of Kelby horns. Shitloads of random gens, random materials. Gives you shitload of trade-in materials as well. Oh, I looked at your ones earlier, by the way, Dawn. I haven't typed it because I looked at it during the stream. Yes, FTL, no Fire Emblem. I think most Fire Emblem challenge runs are probably going to be a no, to be honest. I don't think I quite have the patience or the love for Fire Emblem to do a challenge run on it. Because most of them are probably going to end up just being like really tedious in a way. And I don't know if I want to deal with it. For you, but only rusted and weather. No final upgrades, only the crappy weapons? No. That's not reasonable. Also, it would suck for so long. TF2 time. Enjoy. Edelgard %. Get the highest relationship with Edelgard. That's a locked behind story stuff. So it would always be at a certain point regardless. Okay, finish the game. Yeah, it would be finish the game. Actually, Mace is right. Because you can marry. mean, do you not think that's what I'm gonna do in my Fuck the Church playthrough, Ein? That I do at some point? We're gonna go the anti-church route, and I will do that as well. Fire Emblem Free Houses. Barry Claude. The game didn't let me. I had to marry whoever the fuck I married. I can't even remember anymore. Oh, Bernie. No. Why did that spam go so quickly? Was a lot less of a bad idea than you thought it was. Nice. Literally right before the final boss, yeah. It is literally the penultimate mission, isn't it? And also, it's gonna happen anyway, so it's fine. Unnecessary. I'm dead. Oh, actually, because it's this specifically, I might live. Nice. Got very lucky there. Well, wait. He is injured, so he'll probably die here. Of course, this quest gives you free Apex Sex. Okay. Free? How much time did you spend farming for them before? Good quest. Good question. XCOM 2, but Jane Kelly must be in every mission and survive until the end as a final rank. Who the fuck is that? She's a tutorial character? Just one of the soldiers you get at the beginning. Oh. Wouldn't that basically just be play XCOM 2 without dying? Let's just play XCOM 2 as far as I'm concerned. I mean, I'll do it. I'm not gonna mind about having an excuse to play XCOM 2. Why on earth, by the way, Summers, would you ever pre-farm something in the Rampage? Instead of doing the normal quests? What did I even just fight? What was the quest I literally just did? Samtrios, cool. Because you hate yourself, baby? I don't know. It's certainly an interesting choice. I also didn't get a freezer sack again. Random soldiers semi-relevant in Chimera Squad. Oh, really? That game that exists, technically? True? Why are they relevant? Needed the tickets for ramp-ups? Right. That's fair. Just the leader of the squad? Oh, neat. Chimera Squad was fun enough. I don't think I'll ever play it again, but I enjoyed my one time through it. Decent game. It's not as good as Enemy Within or 2, but it's still fun. Yeah, precisely. Need some Magna Scoots and Bagel Fuses. And the spread light bowgun is good to go. Nice! I actually genuinely don't understand how that bait failed. I was so sure that was going to work. Literally the only thing I care about is his horn. I'm going to break his horn, then I'm going to kill him. Try and cut the tail and break the claws and stuff, but the horn is the only bit that matters here. And there it is. Since of all the Zenoga materials I need 5 horns. And I can only get 1 or 2 every single time I do this quest, I believe. I do wonder if Zenoga's going to rush his way up to most hunted monster here. Because I fought him a lot in low rank as well. Every time I do this quest, I have to kill 2 of them. He might be top of the list. So quick to wish harm upon people, Mace. Try and knock him out of this. Oh, nice one. Good cat. 2, 3. Oh. Nice. Hey, Big Lou. Welcome. How you doing? Oop. I'm good. Mace play a game without hating at least 2 of the things in it? Challenge? Impossible? Now that you got your 2DS and can get back into 4U. Hey, nice. Hell yeah. Always some good stuff. Being able to play some more for you. Hope it goes well for you. You got any grand plans for a new save file, or are you just going to continue off from where you were? Snipers and spies, Mace. Snipers and spies? You said at least 2 things. Probably more, but yeah. One, 2, 3. Well, thank you, I pray. Nice. Want to continue where you left off? We'll have a challenge to remake your armor set since they got erased in the transfer. That hurts. Hey, there's the final remover hide. Now I don't need to keep killing and carving them. Wonderful. Makes this quest a little bit easier. Go away. Stupid remover. The quickest turnaround ever. No! It's only fun with friends or when you get a good round. Have you considered the fact that maybe the game itself is not fun? And in fact, you just enjoy spending time with your friends? Or winning? It's fun when you don't get put against people blatantly better than you. I mean, you're playing TF2 in 2023. The only people who play that game anymore are either addicted or brand new players. That's it. He doing what? Playing TF2 sucks. Because it's free on Steam. So Mace would have downloaded it immediately. Titter. And a 1, 2, 3. You thought LOL and DBD were hell? Any game with an online community is hell. That's competitive. That's been around for a long time. If an online game that's competitive has existed for more than like 3 or 4 years, it's hell. Team-based? It doesn't even have to be team-based. StarCraft in WoW was actually quite nice for me. Wings of Liberty. StarCraft 2, this is. StarCraft in Heart of the Swarm. Man. It was way worse. There was way more toxic people and flaming and all of this stuff. Because the game had been around longer. Yeah, any multiplayer competitive game with Summers. My point still stands. I honestly don't know what you're talking about. It sounds like a copy pasta though. Whatever you have just concocted. Glad that it invokes copy pasta feelings. It does. It's got the same level of slightly incomprehensible that all of them do. You wish palicos were real. Why, Summers? We already have cats. Do you want them actually like sentient and talking? They're already assholes. You gonna give them hands that can claim stuff? NFT plus NFT is NFT of 2. I mean, I got that bit, but I don't understand, like... Is that just mashing them together? That's it? I don't know what NFTF2 is. Oh, okay. Sure. One, they're talking cats. This is a detriment, not a benefit. Two, because they can steal for you. You realize that means other people are going to be stealing your shit with their cats as well, right? TF2 NFTs, Nodders, no, Comero. Come back, don't go to the dark side. You're alright with that? I'm not alright with that. I don't want people stealing my shit, it's my shit. How do NFTs even work? They don't. That's the point, Mace. That's what's so incredibly stupid about them. Been in a few armor free communities that were pretty neat, including the mainly PvP ones, and the shit talking, if it happens, sometimes turn into amazing in-game encounters. I would say there's exceptions to every rule, right? Always. But I feel like in most online communities it tends to go kind of like, eh. As an overall whole, if you go into a public lobby, there's always going to be private bastions of goodness. Team Fortress 2. That game is nearly as old as you are, Mace. Hi, Derelict. Welcome back. Things are good for me. How are they for you? Good to have you. Nah, that game came out in 2007, Mace. It is 16 years old. And you expect the community to not be horrifically imbalanced? Got a horn. Seems like I only get one horn on this quest, which is kind of annoying. Oh, hey! Whee! It happened! I got one of them. One of the four. You're still surprised it's active? Yeah, me too, man. The amount of times that people play that shit blows my mind. That there is still people playing. I will never understand. I need a singular for us to say. Are you kidding me? God damn. Right, we gotta go and get that because we need to upgrade it. I mean, I'm locked into it anyway. Oh, hell on earth. You glorious, glorious person. Thank you. You moved to the capital? Nice. Hope it's going well. I forget this exists every single goddamn time. Ha ha! No, I needed a frost sack, Comro, not a freezer sack. Multiple accounts, mates? People can start new Twitch accounts. Cool, I'm done. Right? That's as far as it could go. What were you saying, Ein? About how I'd have to upgrade the weapon and I'm locked in this rank and stuff? Welcome back, Crone. Oh no. How many drinks have you had? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Hey, just some dude. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, I believe. Let me just double check that. Make sure I got it right. Yep. On number 14. Cool. This is 10, right? So 11, 12, 13, here. Is where it needs to be. Amazing. Don't worry about it, Mace. Don't think about it. I should also be able to upgrade... Whoopsie. I'm not in the upgrade menu. I should be able to upgrade that. Hopefully. Cool, don't need anything there. Don't need anything from that. Don't need anything from that. I've got the horns and stuff. Let's mark this sucker as a green. Frieza sacks. They are body carves from Zamtrios. And they're about the same chance as they are from just killing him. So it's probably worth killing him. I'd rather have 3 16s than two 20s, right? 3 16s is a lot better. Oh, hell yeah. Nice. That's a hell of an upgrade, Derelict. I feel like these two are just using absolutely any excuse at the moment, Mace, so, don't give them more. They'll find them on their own. You don't need to help them. They're good. You need many sacks as well. I only need 5, I think, but it's just being mean to me. This weapon is not very good, unfortunately. But I will use it, rank you. Thank you, Ramhard. Can't just give 2 a pop. Only says 1. On Granico. You found the best indigo color ever? Oh, nice. Still watch streams at work. As it should be. Might as well celebrate Mace's birthday, and we're only drinking in celebration of Mace's birthday. I think you guys need to get your story together. You're giving off different impressions. You're visiting Dresden for a big, how do you describe this? Old people pop concert? What do you mean, old people? As in it's just an older band? Oh. So a concert for me, I don't listen to music. The peeps here with you want to watch the concert, but you guys don't like it. So you're gonna watch me and drink. Fair enough. Use earplugs at live events. That's good. Good idea. It's not the taste of the music that you guys listen to. That's fair. Why did you go if you didn't want to listen to it? I mean, like, you can go to, like, hang out with friends or whatever, right? But just be like, yeah, we're coming because we want to hang out with you guys, but we don't want to go into the concert. Because it's not our particular flavor. Like 2 hours concert, the 2 days around it are fun. Yeah, so just don't go to the concert, no? I feel like that's really simple. How you doing, Falco? If you equip Y-Stone, there's no way to unequip it, like not have any Y-Stone in your inventory at all. I don't know. Can you re-equip the same Y-Stone? In the menu? You might be forced to have them on you. Did it last year as well. Fair enough. I mean, hey. I guess it's a different experience instead. Yeah, there's a guy in Dundorma that allows you to change your Y-Stones, but I don't know if he allows you to change them until you've got more of them. No idea. Recently started doing Soul Level 1 game runs of games. The Souls games. DS1 went kind of rough at first. DS3 started curb stomping you the further you progress. You got walled by Osiris. Yep. That sounds about right to me. DS1's kind of an interesting case, I feel like, because of the fact that a lot of the early stuff in the game you can kind of cheese. Don't know if you necessarily did that, but a lot of stuff in the game you can skip as well. And then as stuff should get harder and harder, right? You can kind of get away with a lot of things. Like, Bed of Chaos is not a fight. Seath is... You basically just walk around him in big circles. It's just a waste of time. Like, it's incredibly easy if you know what to do. Nito can be kind of a pain in the ass. But as long as you kill his skellies, it's pretty simple as well. The Four Kings, the prevailing strategy, to my knowledge, is equip full Havel and then just tank it. Doesn't matter if you can't roll, just tank the suckers, even at Soul Level 1. And then Gwyn is extremely parryable, right? So all of the stuff that should be really bloody difficult in the late game is kind of a joke. And I don't know if that same level of, like, cheesy strats exists for Dark Souls, really, right? Madness and Calamity? Yeah, those two would suck. That's DLC stuff. Those would blow. All bosses with no exceptions. After DS3, you'll do Soul Level 1, DS2 again. The boss rush game. Imagine that might be a little bit harder to do. One, two, three. Good luck with DS3 though. You're at the point in the story where you fight Frenzied Brachirios. You only have one Wildstone equipped. I think there becomes a point where you get access to more than one Wildstone. I don't know if that is straight away. No, that is straight away, right? You should be able to, yeah, just talk to the lady right at the entrance of Dundorma. And then kind of like re-equip the same Wildstone and it should unequip it. I believe. Yeah. I just remembered that it gave you attack and defense at the start. It doesn't just give you attack. I sort of forgot about that. PS2's terrific. Combat stuff's be different. Your hell of regular arenas like Iron Keep as a defense, Sharon and Dennis are the invaders. They would make that a lot harder. That is true. Will still unlock more Wildstones at some point? Yeah, you get Elemental and... Drive? Is that when you get them? When you get Element and Drive? I think so, right? Yeah? Cool. DLC areas like Brune's Tower and Nightmare have dense they have enemies. It's that thing that you gotta remember with DS2, right? Everyone tries to treat it just like every other Dark Souls game. But the way that you kind of need to play DS2 is remembering that the game is intended for you to kind of kill some of those enemies every run through. Up until the point where they despawn. Potentially. Yesin. Can farm until they despawn, but it's still 25, it's 15. I don't mean like go out of your way to like kill them, go back to the bonfire, rest, kill them, go back to the bonfire, rest, right? What I mean is those few set enemies that cause you some issues on the path, on the way there. Just make an effort to kill them every time you get to the boss. A lot of the enemies you can run past, but there's some of them that you just can't, right? Because it's either too thick or it's too annoying or whatever. But what you can usually do is lure a few enemies out, kill them, and then run past, and then do your boss attempt, because then you know, eventually, even if you use 1, 2, 3 Estus every single time, if you keep failing the boss, you'll do it, right? You'll kill them all. And then they won't respawn anymore. DS2 is explore once fully, every other visit, same playthrough or not. Then let's get past with the least amount of confrontation, yeah. Tactically pick off the enemies you need to pick off, and then run through. And then if you keep tactically picking off those enemies over and over again, if you just can't beat the boss, right, you'll never need to kill them eventually. Because they're dead forever. They can't respawn anymore. Just don't go into the Champion of Cabinets. What the fuck did I just say? The Covenant of Champions. But I feel like everyone just tries to treat it like normal Souls games, where there's usually either a lot less enemies or a lot clearer paths to run through. And then they try and run through it all, and they're like, man, this is so bullshit, there's so many enemies. I'm like, yeah. You're meant to kill some of them. But in the other Soul, this isn't another Souls game. This is Dark Souls 2. You're not playing DS1, you're not playing DS3, you're playing DS2. I get it. I understand why people get annoyed with it, but like... It is also one of those things where it feels like someone's punching themselves in the face and complaining that their face hurts. Go and kill our Cap. Oh, I'm just killing him because I'm not even looking at his drops, to be honest. I need scales and fangs. It'd probably be better to capture him for the fangs, but eh. Evil twin of Pokemon. You have to kill them all. Killing them all is excessive. Just the annoying ones. Like in Earthen Peak, there's that one arsehole on the bridge. When you're running up into the place in the original bit, down near the bottom. If you haven't got to the next bonfire yet, always kill that bridge dude. It makes running through it later on so much nicer, right? You liked vanilla DS2 way more than Scholar. I honestly don't remember vanilla DS2. But I genuinely think there was absolutely, like, nothing particularly wrong with Scholar. That is genuinely my true belief. There was some stuff that could have been better, some stuff that could have been worse, but Scholar was fine. Hey Shiva, welcome. The only thing I remember about base DS2 wasn't in Scholar, and it really confused me. Which is in Hyde's Tower of Flame. There's a dude hiding behind a wall that kind of like sneak attacks you, and they got rid of it. It's the only thing, the only change I'm aware of. They did the Bone Dragon dirty? The Bone Dragon? Yeah, I genuinely think, like, maybe 60-70% of the issues with Scholar of the First Sin are fixed by being patient. Because a lot of people are just like, I'm getting ganked, it's not fair, there's too many enemies, there's so many unfair ganks, there's so many, like, areas where you just get fucked for no reason. It's like, no, if you're just a little bit slow and you have a little walk and a look around, you can usually see a lot of those enemies on the floor. Use some magic, use a bow, pick them off. Or at least, like, aggro single targets, get them to come over to you. Run into the ambush and then back out, if at all possible. I think there's only one location where that's not doable. Back out of the ambush. Kinda, you know, lure them into a space where you're comfortable, rather than going into their space over and over again. Enjoy alert, Camaro. How am I doing today? I'm doing alright. I'm doing alright. Good to play some 4U. Always a good time. How goes the great sorting? It's actually doing pretty good. I ended up having to farm way more stuff than I thought I did. I thought I was going to rank up today, which is kind of disappointing. I'm not going to now. Which sucks. But yeah. I have a good chunk of farming to do. Polar's looking dangerous, 6-6. You are the scared. I'm amazed it's that close, honestly. I thought the world crowd would have come out in larger numbers. And really just kind of overwhelmed that poll. Oh yeah, the poll. Sagando will vote for you. You don't need to worry about that one. Prone. Why are you scared about it, though? It'll be okay if we play World. You'll be alright, bro. Don't worry. You'll be okay. Remember when I told you to hype yourself up? Yeah, I do. You hyped this shit? That seems like a bad idea. Did I finish GU, Derelict? Yep. Every single quest in GU is done. Bar the Deviants. Because fuck the Deviants. It is finished. The beast has been slain. Fun, right? No. No, it wasn't. the skeleton of a gun lance build done? Little dopamine hits are what keeps you going. It was very relieving when I was finished with it though. I even think we went overtime to get it done on the day that we did it. If memory serves. Hey, Weiss. Welcome. And a 1, 2, 3. That didn't hit. Oh, that did though. Nice. I'll take that. That's good enough for me. Am I gonna count? No. That should though. Good. Man, while this weapon does look all kinds of fucked, it also looks really cool. Hey, Hamburger, welcome. 120-degree temperatures. It's definitely Fahrenheit. What's that in Celsius? That seems like 40 or something, right? That's crazy. It's way too warm. How you doing, Weiss? You live in America? Yeah. Okay. 120. Oh, my thing's turned off. 120. Why? I don't want to search Team Fortress 2 again. Stop. Nearly 50 degrees Celsius? Where were you? That's halfway to boiling. That's like unsafe work conditions. I know you guys don't have like anything over there, but Jesus Christ. Capital's like 10 times the size of your native city. Driving anywhere significant is 2-hour audio. Yep. That sounds about right for a capital. It is always a shitstorm in capitals of countries, is what I have come to understand, and very not representative of what the country is at all. The downside to trying to know measurement is that the US has a separate ones, yeah. Nice, sir. Smooth tail cut. My favorite thing about the feet measurement is that it's used as a standardized size now. And it's just so, like, useless. Like, why? Why have it, man? My country uses it as well, right? We use feet, inches, and miles. And I really just wish we didn't. But I also feel like we'll never change it. Because if you change miles specifically, like, you have to change all of the signs, right? All of the road signs, which is kind of a nightmare. That's like really expensive. Invented it. Definitely used it as a hidden method. I've heard reasons as to why that was invented, but I don't know if they're true. So I don't want to propagate them when it could be a lie. But if they propagated that just because it got them off, then like fucking power to them, man. They did a good fucking job. It persisted till this day. I think no matter what you think about them, they kind of get the last laugh on that one, right? Also, people do what they want. It's kind of an unfair thing to be mean to someone about, right? Because there is essentially, like, literally nothing they can do about it. Oh god, stop it. Please. A horrible thing. It's not even raining anymore. That actually got me. I thought I was safe from that one. God damn it, Raphalos, please stop. Oh, he's decided just to be as annoying as possible, huh? All of that, and then he enrages. What a good hunger. But he just became not tired, actually. He didn't rage, thankfully. Woohoo! Just gonna go down to the bottom. I got 2 from this mission, right? Yeah, 2 fire cell stones. Kind of one of the biggest things I need at the moment. To the point where I think it's going to end up taking time from me. By being a thing that I have to manually gather once I've gathered all the Rathalos materials here. Because I'm just not getting enough of them. Yes! I actually really like the way this greatsword looks. With like the melted bits. Molten? Melted? Melted? Molted? The bits of the blade where it's all like fucked up and broken and stuff. I think it actually looks kind of cool. Doesn't really make a ton of sense how it's working, but it looks cool. I don't know. I'm gonna have a look at Rathian. Maybe do another normal Rathian as well. Don't know if I got all the stuff I needed last time. So I'll look at those Titania upgrades. Hopefully I get a wing in the rewards, because I didn't get one on the quest. Hey! Exhaust. You think for the next Monster Hunter they might add some endgame bosses like Shantian from Frontier? I think no, actually. Personally. I think the next Monster Hunter game will be relatively tame in terms of what they do with it. Probably have some new stuff, like, you know, it will have its new things and whatnot, because it will be the next gen and blah 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 blah. But I think it will, for the most part, be pretty low tier. I think the Monster Hunter after the next one made by the Portable team, might be more on the batshit end of the scale. I think for that one, when the Portable team's making it again, because the Portable team tends to be the ones that do a little bit more of the crazy stuff. 4U's relatively tame, right? Doesn't really have a ton going on in terms of like overly weird things. World was relatively tame, other than the attempt at putting like MMO style mechanics into the game. GU is fucking nuts. Right? And same is true of Rise as well. Like, it's just fucking nuts. GU's got, like, loads of styles and an extra weapon and Prowler and all of this stuff going on. Rise has got like the wire bug and all of the endgame stuff. Crazy. Crazy, crazy things. Is that how people react for Monster Hunter games release Tame on an anniversary? I mean, they could do something else for the 15th anniversary or the 20th or whatever, 15th, I think. The game can release, and then they can also do something else, right? Like, there's no requirement. But I would also say, I think the most requested thing I've seen that people want to happen on the 15th anniversary would be incredibly tame. Which would be just a re-release for you and 4U, but for the Switch. Like, that's pretty low rolling, right? As far as things that people want are. I don't really think people are going to be that pissed if they don't release GU2, Quadruple Cross, whatever they're going to call it. I don't think people would really mind. Just make some ridiculously expensive fancy statue of, I don't know, Velcana, Nergigante, Malzeno, and Nawa. People will be happy. Because they'll be like, oh, that thing's cool, shame I can't afford it, and then they'll be done. Oh, nice. There's always going to be some people that are going to complain no matter what, right? Honestly, the biggest thing I'm upset about is the musical, the concert, the Monster Hunter music concert that they do once a year. I don't think you can watch it online this year. Which is honestly a massive shame. Because it was one of the things that they learned in the pandemic, that they could still do it, and then instead of being like, hey, they can still do it, they just didn't. For the people who can't get to fucking Tokyo or don't want to. Hopefully they dial back on the DLC. Oh, the DLC is only going to get more. I doubt they'll dial back on the DLC. The thing they might do is not put in layered weapons again. But even then, I reckon they'll probably still do it. The thing that kind of, like, the thing that matters, right, is it doesn't matter how much people bitch about it online. If at the end of the day, Capcom looks at how much money the DLC's made for them and just goes, yeah, this sold shitloads. Because why wouldn't they keep doing it? And even if you don't want to look at it from a business perspective like that, there is one good thing about the DLC being sold. And that's, depending on how you want to look at it, because they're making more money from all of the DLC stuff that they're selling, all the costumes, all the hairstyles, the voices, the fucking, I don't know, layered weapons even, maybe, right? Because they're doing all of that stuff, they make a lot more money, which hopefully, in turn, means they're able to make the next Monster Hunter game that comes after better. Because they have more budget to do stuff, potentially. That's the hope. But that's also a relatively naive way to look at it. Rise almost got butchered because of the armor DLC. The endgame where you usually get layered armor just became titles. The endgame? The endgame of base Rise, do you mean, Hamburger? Because I actually have to say on that one, like, that's flat out wrong. In the end game of any of the games, base titles, you don't get layered armor. That's literally never happened before. You could argue transmog is when layered armor became a thing. That didn't exist until GU, so Generations never had it. World had like 6 layered armor options for high rank. It was pretty shit, if I remember. Like, it was utterly terrible. So it's not like that's the precedent either. Rise didn't... I think Rise even had high rank armor as options in high rank, didn't it? Like, you could build all of the high rank armor for layered stuff. Rise has had the best high rank layered armor to date. Actually, people should be happy that they had as many options as they did, not complaining. I don't really remember with World particularly well, so someone will have to correct me if I'm wrong. But wasn't it just Geralt, Ciri, the 4 events, the like seasonal events that they did? And the Behemoth armor, wasn't that it for layers in base World? I don't think you could do any layering, could you? Other than that? Oh, Dante as well, actually. And Geralt, Ciri, and Dante, you couldn't even really necessarily layer. They were full costumes. Wait, no, Dante wasn't layered. He wasn't a full costume. Because you could use his coat and stuff separately. I remember a lot of people using his hairstyle. Nice. I think World got a lot, not World, sorry. Rise got a lot of crap where Rise didn't deserve crap. Just because people were upset at other stuff in the game. And then they started blasting literally everything in the entire game. Instead of actually providing, like, constructive criticism. They would just be like, I don't like wire bugs. And thus, everything is shit. Mr. Optimistic. I tend to be pessimistic mostly, honestly. But I think there is such a thing as being a pessimist with a positive outlook. Like, it's not pessimism because you want everything to suck and go bad all the time. It's basically pessimism to be prepared. For the worst case scenario, right? Is that way kind of whatever happens it's a nice surprise. Rather than being optimistic and be let down all the time. You missed Charge Blade? From Rise? Go play some. Honestly, for you, while Rise did have some flaws, the other side on why Rise got so much hate is because it wasn't like World. I don't know with that one, actually. Maybe from the newer community, yeah. I genuinely think that a lot of, and especially people who are older to the franchise, really did not like the way in which the speed increased as much as it did in World. and already complained about how fast stuff was in Worlds. And then Rise came along and made stuff even faster. And those people who were like mildly complaining before kind of completely lost their shit. And were unnecessarily, like, extremely mean just to every aspect of the game because of the fact that they made the speed even quicker. But I wouldn't be surprised if there was definitely some people who entered the franchise and World and then gave Rise shit because it wasn't just more World. I think there's an entirely fair and probably extremely large demographic of that going on. Unfortunately. Which it doesn't deserve. World was the best-selling Capcom game, if you're not wrong. Yep, it's the best-selling game that Capcom's ever had. But while World is incredibly, incredibly good, and I love it to death, I think it's one of the best games I've ever played. I also do think a massive chunk of the reason why that game sold and pushed so many units has got nothing to do with the quality of World, necessarily, as much as it was to do with the fact that that game was definitely flavor of the month for a while. And a lot of people bought it or played it just because it was like the cool thing to be playing. People who don't normally play games like that, right? Especially on Twitch, people who don't play World, don't play games like World. I think jumped on it for a while because of the fact that it was kind of popular for a little bit. And then some of those people have very large, very impressionable audiences. But then I don't know if that's just me being unfair. It could just be the fact that it came out on PlayStation and Xbox, so it was actually on main home consoles. The fact that it's a Monster Hunter game that actually has graphics that don't look not fantastic. It's a little bit more casual, so it appeals to a greater audience rather than like just people who like pain if they have to play solo. Because if you're a more casual player, right, let's be honest. If you're a more casual player, old-gen Monster Hunter games outside of Village fucking suck. Like, if you want to do Hub by yourself as a relatively casual person, shit is terrible, dude. Every monster has way too much health. In some games, they hit harder. The hunts take forever. You don't get any healing. It spawns you at a random location. Like, it sucks. If you got games, if you've got friends to play games with, wow, amazing. If you're just a solo player or you don't have anyone that owns the game, not great. There's a lot of reasons why World sold relatively well. And then I think the same thing is true of Rise as well. It sold really well because it was actually on. Like, the Monster Hunter franchise as a whole had been boosted in terms of people's perception of it. But I also have to imagine that Rise sold really well in Japan. because it's a portable game and they sell better in Japan than home console games. Close. And also there was a lot... I don't know if this is fair or necessarily true. I feel like Rise might have an overall generally younger audience than I would expect from Monster Hunter as a whole. I don't mean like overly young, like ridiculously young, right? I feel like it's got a lot more people that are maybe playing it in the, I don't know, 15 to 20 range than I would expect of World or any of the games prior. Game is a little bit more pure dopamine. Less planning and thinking and doing stuff. Kind of just like shoving dopamine into your veins, right? Being in the Switch? Yeah, exactly. It's also got a younger target audience, the Switch in general. It's typically owned by families and the like. But it also sold really well. I think we looked that up the other day. I forgot what the number was. Rise sell like 6.3 or 7 million units or something. You said about Nintendo exclusively on holding the game hostage for other consoles. I mean, they didn't. It's on Xbox and PlayStation and PC. I think a year... They didn't even have a year's exclusivity, did they? They had like... half a year's exclusivity on before it could go to PC, and then maybe a year for other consoles. I'd say that's pretty typical, right? Epic does that. It's generally a thing that Epic does. If Epic gives you the funding to create a game on PC, you're not allowed to release it on any other online platforms for a year. I think until whenever they give you the money, or maybe after the game's release. I don't know, because I think Satisfactory was partly funded, but I'm unsure. I think with Nintendo is if you want to develop a game for the Switch and you want Nintendo's help to push it really hard, right? Who else do you turn to that has a mobile console gaming platform? Like the DS, like the Switch, like the PS Vita, like the PSP. That has a massive portable console platform. At the current moment in time. Because either you're going to Nintendo, because it's your only choice, or you're going to one of these suckers. To mobile phones. That's your options. So if you want Nintendo to push your game, they kind of get to do whatever the fuck they want. Which is a massive shame, but unfortunately the way it is. Obama and his gaming platform. PlayStation, Xbox are behind free title updates while the game's finished. It did only just release on them earlier this year, right? Didn't they get them all at this point? I thought they did. It's kind of wild. That is going to be me moving over to Freedom Unite for now. If you were just here for 4U, thank you very much for coming along. I will be playing more 4U tomorrow. You can see when on that link there. For now, the stream is not over. I'm going to be taking a brief 5-10-ish minute break, and then I will be playing Freedom Unite and questioning reality and why I exist. That will happen in about 10 minutes or so. I'll see you in just a second.